Good morning, folks. We're back live. Hello. Alright, here's the plan today. And get a good 12 hours of streaming in. I have some big plans for this. I want to really finish up our logging correctly. I don't want to have to change our logging again after today before release. It's worth spending a couple hours on that if I need to do it in order to make sure it's completely stable. We will launch some sweeps. Those will run in the background. I'm not sure which ones I want to do first. If I want to do a couple of the small ones first, we'll see. But we're going to launch some sweeps. We're going to spend some time looking at the CUDA source. If that is going slow, I will move back to Constellation, but I think we can spend some time on the CUDA source. Those are the main things today. I'm going to throw these on. Oh, and also, let me just, I figure I may as well throw this on my side monitor. Oops. I've had that up the last couple weeks. Just AFKing a silly account. I don't know. So, okay, in the meantime here, things I need to figure out for today. The main thing I'm not sure about is how I want to log it's essentially, it has to do with the trajectories, right? I know how to log the final points easily enough, sure. I can get that done stably. But what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to log downsample points for each of these, and that's a little bit harder, I believe. It's a little bit harder. I think it's going to need some sort of robustness method. Hey, Jess, I missed it. Yeah, I went to bed early, Jess. I got a whole bunch of stuff done. Well, not done. I got a whole bunch of non-puffer stuff done, let's say. I had a little personal project I was working on. Moment. Okay. Cool. Let me get started. This on the chat where I can see it. Good. Okay. Yeah, so this thing here, no bueno, right? What I was thinking of doing here, what needs logs? This needs logs. What if I do this? Metrics equals downsample. Hey, Robert. Hey, Tim. Thought I'd check out what we're working on. Currently, we're trying to fix up the logging for Puffer 4. Here. We don't need Claude. Don't need any Claude here. Alright, so this is Constellation. And we have all these nice metrics here. And I'm trying to think how I want to log data to get into this format. And I'm sick of changing the format because I have to rerun all these experiments. Every single point is an experiment here. I have to keep rerunning experiments every time I change the format. So I want to actually just spend some time this morning to think about it, clean up the code, and get something we can use. Review Sokoban. I absolutely want that, Tim. Like, let me be clear. That is going to be a top 5 environment. I'm pretty sure that will be a top 5 environment for research in Puffer. Do you have the code cleaned up already? Like, I haven't been that excited about an environment PR in a while, Tim. Just because that's really, really, really going to be a good end for research. Okay. I'm trying to think if I want to do. I'm pretty amateur. Let me take a quick peek at it, see if I have any guidance for you, and then I'll set some time aside to do a full review. All right? Because I am behind on Puffer 4. I had a I mean, I may as well tell you. I I had this personal project over the last couple of days. The personal project was my dumbass finally getting my license. So I got my license in like literally 3 days. Probably should not show that on stream, but I got one. Yay. Now I cannot deal with that anymore. I literally just never bothered to get it. Alright, what PR is it? Why would it be a good end for research? It's kind of like mazes, Jess. It's a pure exploration task. It's got a little bit of, it's a little different though than mazes. Puffer learning speed. It would have been 1 day, Tim. So it literally would have been 1 day. I failed it the first time because it didn't say anywhere on the website that they don't let you use your cameras to park. So, you know, I learned to park with the cameras. And then they said, oh, you have to turn those off. So I just barely hit one of the freaking cones parking. Because they box you in completely. It's like, ah. So I took another couple days to like relearn without the cameras. And then, yeah, it would have literally been 1 day. All right, 17 files changed to sketch. Let's see why there are 17 files changed. Oh, okay, this is fine. We're gonna need different license on this, Tim. Like we're gonna need different assets that aren't licensed like this. I can't keep I can't PR anything that has a copyleft license. Just the assets, presumably, right? If you see a pack online, even if it's like I can purchase a license for the project, I'll just buy it for you for the project, but I can't incorporate a So the problem with this, right, is that this gets legally sketchy, and then any companies using Puffer, like even if it's just the assets for this, you just don't want to have anything that has this license on it in an open source code base. I mean, there are lots and lots of free asset packs that are not licensed like this. Yeah, you can't do this. Okay, this is fine. What's this for? It doesn't need to go here, but that's fine. Why do you have a custom seg handler? Are you developing on a Mac or something? Shouldn't need any of this. Your debugging for seg faults should just be covered by if you just compile with local mode, it'll enable address sanitizer for you. I don't remember how we do paths for our map, so I'll have to test this. But this is fine for local for sure. And the VOD of this will be on YouTube as well if you need. I may as well just go through now if it's not a huge amount of code. We'll see. Yep, this is good. Yeah, you can have both shifts if you want. It's fine. Why don't you... Why? GPL? Dude, GPL's copy left. The fuck? Literally any contract that you sign with a big company, the first thing that they do is no goddamn copy left licenses anywhere, get out, out, out. Like, MIT license is do what the fuck you want with the code. That is the actual open source license. Like, Pufferlib is not non-profit, right? It's open source, but I'm allowed to commercialize stuff. And the way that we do that is by we build custom sims for companies. We do dedicated R&D. You know, you can't completely hamstring my ability to make any money in the process of doing this. Oh, why MIT? Yeah, MIT is like do what the fuck you want with it, pretty much. It's probably the best known license. There are a couple of them, like Apache or whatever. Like there are a couple that are fine, but MIT is just the most widely known. It's like a one paragraph license. It's very easy. Yeah, like this is duped. This could be an allocate. Like this could be a function because you're duping this. This is bad to dupe because if you change the ob space size. Oh no, you actually, it's not that bad because you have it like this. Not that bad. Okay, that's fine. Uh, Tim, learn struct initializer syntax. Okay, ignore this like nesting, but this right here. Wait, what the heck? No, ignore that. Fuck it, I'll just show you. Was it like this? Something like this? I believe it's this. It looks it's either this or very close to it. So yeah, Tim, learn this. Because what you do is you put all these things in this, and then you do, you know. That's fine. Okay, it's fine. And then the binding, we'll check this. Difficulty, cool. Your way looked better. What do you mean your way looks better? Oh, it might have eaten one of your messages. Excuse me. This is going to be a bit of a pain to port to see. What is this? Collect maps. Sorted. Oh, you did put it in the download. That's why it's okay. That's fine then. I'll figure this out for you because I'm gonna have to port this to C. Good. Now let's check the last one, which is the environment. Oh wait, no, there's the map gen. Map gen's in Python. I'm gonna end up just porting the whole map gen to C, most likely, Tim. Like an MM, yeah. I do the exact same thing with several M's in Puffer. That's fine. I'll end up porting the gen to C, but no big deal. GPT and all sorts. You could literally just check the MOBA env because we do the same thing there. You don't have to mmap it though, dude. Like, it's literally just shared mem. You can do it at a process level, so you have one copy per worker instead of per env. That's sufficient. Okay, let's go look at the actual code because this is all getting ported. base. This probably doesn't need to be global. I don't know what this is. Yeah, these don't need to get set extern. Yeah, this is you not knowing how we do our shared stuff. Can I stop? Here, let me go with this browser. Okay, so the thing is, there's not that much point in me showing you this because it changes a fair bit in Puffer 4. Does it? Yes. Yeah, so here, look, this is how I did it in Puffer 4. I read the file, I make the memory for it, return the state, and then the state gets used in here. But then this shared only gets called once per process instead of once per env. It's pretty similar in 4.0. Let's use the shared, let me think. Okay, here's drive. God damn, man. This interface sucks. Here. Pretty similar with the shared files. You have to make env changes. The shared stuff is going to have to be changed. The env itself is going to have almost no changes required. Because you have shared stuff, there'll have to be some changes to that. You got a bunch of weird stuff imported as well. I'll look at this stuff, but a bunch of weird like shared logic. Yeah, you don't need to mmap it. Okay. This is they are loaded from file, I suppose. But they don't need to be nmapped. They can just get loaded and then shared. Yeah. Drive is good. In 3.0 MOBA is also simple. MOBA is probably simpler. I hate macros like this, dude. I hate macros like this. Just make functions. Inline functions. Don't make macros like this. This just fucks with your debugging is all it does. Because what this does is this does like a flat text replace. Right, so it just replaces this with the text. And that just breaks a whole bunch of debugging. I only really use pound defines for constants when I can avoid it. Like if I can at all avoid it. Make sure stuff is spaced. What am I doing? Quick code review for Tim Sokoban PR, and then back to working on our logging logic for Puffer 4. Set function. Why do you even need this? Oops. Oh, did you do it that way? Wait. Wait, the what? Oh, hang on, I think I see what you did. Square targeted template. There's literally an environment called template, Roger, if you want like a really minimal one to play around with. If you're making a multi-agent env, I think target is a better starting point. For single agent envs, you can literally copy the template env. I don't know why this is like brown now. I don't know what I clicked. I'll get to your compute ops thing. So wait, it's env, you did env observations. Let me see what on earth this is. This is good. What intermediate rewards do you have? It's kind of weird. Hey, Rain Jen, welcome. So I don't know what this is, whether this is easier to just check this. Oh. It's just 0. It's claimed. I see. So you have some stuff here that I thought, oh, he does this for efficiency, and then you do this, which is incredibly inefficient. So I'm confused. Yeah, like this is also... You just straight up shouldn't need any double for loops over the env, man. Let me see. All these things here, you're calculating them at the wrong time. You should be doing this calc when you move the agent. That's when you should be calculating this stuff. Because nothing changes except when you move the agent. So what you're doing is you're moving the agent, and then you're like, ah, shoot, I didn't check the information then. I gotta go run double for loops for everything. Let me finish looking. Hang on. This is all of it? Yeah, okay. Pause my music. Okay, so Tim, the good thing that you've done here, all right, the good thing that you've done here is you've only kept one representation of data and you've kept it all nicely in contiguous memory. Now I'm going to explain, okay? So the good thing you've done here is you have one representation of the env and you've kept it in observations because you noticed that the state of the environment is the same as the observation data. This is very good, okay? The thing that you've completely missed, is like how to actually use that state efficiently. So this is our maze environment. It's pretty similar. This is a nice reference for you. Note that this is a little bit overcomplicated because I was doing stuff with keys and doors in here that's not super relevant anymore. But let's see. We have struct grid. Okay, this one I suppose is a little bit different because our obs are separate in this one because it's local observations. Which, to be fair, I don't know if you want local observations or global obs in Sokoban. You might end up wanting the local obs. This one you just observe a crop of the tiles around you with the maze env here. So this is how I compute observations for the maze, right? Zero it, and then this is the only for loop, right? This is the only for loop that I have, double for loop in the environment. And then the thing that I wanted to show you, yeah, so like look, to move the agent, okay, we get the address, we get the destination, we check if it's a wall, we don't move into walls, right? We check if it's a goal or a reward, we give it the goal or the reward, right? Do our logging, we check if it's a key, we do the key stuff. We check for doors, we do the door stuff. So when we move, we do all the logic. Because the thing is, you're not doing this, so you end up with all these double for loops. Like, shoot, I moved, but I didn't actually do it. I didn't do it when I moved, so now I have to check after the fact. I think also for obs, it's fine to have a little function like this, grid offset or whatever. It's fine to have a little function to get the address so you don't screw up this little one line. It should be inlined actually. Don't make it a macro. I think that's the main thing that you messed up. Let me see if I can find. Let me go find back to your PR. Yeah. What was it called? Boxabum? All right, let's see. Where's Boxabum? Let's see. So starting from this is fun. Count boxes. Okay, that's not bad actually. If you just need to do this once on reset, that's fine. See, agent pause, you should just store this in the end. Right, you should just have like X, Y for the agent. Just do it all in one. No, it's not like you don't need to unroll your double for loops. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have the code structured, like, you shouldn't need to loop at all. Like, you shouldn't have to do this at all, because the env should just have agent X, agent Y, and it should update it when you move it. Then you never need to call this thing that has double for loops, because it'll just be env X, env Y. Wait, you do have env agent X. Oh, is this called on init? Hang on, if this is just called on init, then it's fine. Oh, it is called on init. Well, then you can at least merge these two, man. These don't need to be separate functions if they're called once. You can literally just put your two for loops in here and then do them both in one pass. Yeah. So these can both just be done on one pass. Okay, maybe this is not as bad as I thought. I didn't realize that you were just using, see, I thought because you had these functions that you were going to be using them everywhere, because why would I think that, right, Tim? It would never occur to me to split out this function that's only getting used once, and lo and behold, right, you actually looped twice because you decided to split out functions. If you didn't split these out, it would have been immediately obvious to you that you could just do both of these in one pass. Like, you could do them both at the same time, and it would just be at the bottom of C reset. Not everything has to be split out into a function. In general, I like that your cue to split something out into a function should be you having to call it multiple times. Don't just split stuff out into functions for the sake of it, because you miss stuff like that. Okay, but this is not as bad as I thought then. Now, this get intermediate rewards, let's see, where's this called? Okay, so this is called twice. No, wait, this is called once, but it's called every step. Care for clean quality code. It's required, Roger. Especially in RL. Bugs in RL are like 10 times worse. You don't get an error, you get the thing doesn't learn correctly and you don't know why. Actually, I made a post on this the other day. If I need to refactor your code this way, then you have not built it correctly. Let me show you. So when I get a messy code base, I literally will just delete everything that's only called once and inline it. And then I will look at the code when it's not redundant, and I will see if stuff needs to be split up. The problem is if you start splitting stuff up too early in your code, you miss stuff like this and you make stuff more obscure, right? Because now I'm reading through your code and I'm thinking like, oh, get intermediate. So what, like I see you looping through the entire M state a bunch of times, and I have to actually go jump to where this is called in order to see like why on earth you have all these loops, only to see that they're done once. Right? Something so fundamental for stuff you just call once. They tell you the opposite, Roger, is the problem. So computer science is an absolutely terribly taught discipline. They will tell you to just split stuff up as soon as you get to 25 lines or something. I have no idea why. Like, programming education is so bad that it virtually guarantees you will be an absolutely awful programmer for the first 5 to 10 years of programming, because you have to unlearn all the garbage they tell you. It's so sad too, because like, good programming in my mind, it's the closest thing you get to clear thinking. Like, it's the closest thing you get to the expression of just pure, simple, clean logic in its most elementary form. Math is too abstract, and you don't have a compiler that actually checks it and checks your bullshit. You have to get another person to go do that. So programming is really, really great in my mind, but it's not great in the form that it's taught. The form that it's taught just kind of makes it seem like this blah fuzzy mess, not like something that's very clear and simple, which is what it should be. I got a coefficient to turn it on and off. Well, see, because of the way you have it structured, I don't actually know whether this is needed yet, and I have to do more work to like read through your code and figure out whether this is actually needed. Ever do industry work? Yeah, the problem is most industry programmers suck as well. It's really only the people that have taken the time to just like really try to get better at programming over time and then realized through over many projects like, oh wait, it's way better if I just do it this way. One's reward left to claim. Okay. The reason for this, Tim, is because you can technically push stuff off the boxes, right? Like you can technically push the boxes off. They don't lock in place, right? Once they're on the target tile. Okay. Why do you need the number? What's this? Did Bet and Spencer have messy code as well during their first NPRs? Spencer sent me one of the worst damn NPRs I've ever seen on his first NF, and is now absolutely kicking ass. Like I would take him over your typical MIT grad in RL easily. Actually, do we still have it? I remember it being even worse than this. Did we clean this up? Oh, there it is. Look at this. Look at all them pointers. Like, you just make a helper function to do the pointer arithmetic once, and then you never mess it up. You make like a one-liner. Okay, I don't understand this. Tim, can you explain this? On RL or reasoning problems? Wait, what do you mean on reasoning problems? Are both of these in the context of language models? AI reasoning. Can you even do that as a PhD student? You don't have compute for that shit, do you? No, general reasoning. What does that mean? Because like that's not a well-defined problem. You find if any new boxes are on targets, and you get reward times coefficient. Wait. Solving the RKGI problem? Yeah, but that's a language model task, dude. Like, that's meant for human pattern recognition. That's not reasoning. That's human visual priors. You can't solve that problem from first principles. Okay, Tim, your reward structure is wrong. This is why it's overcomplicated. This is not how you do reward structures. You've just overcomplicated it. So what you do with this, don't give it a reward in proportion to the number of good things it's done. Give it a reward when it does the good thing once. Yeah, don't do that. Just give it +1 whenever it moves a box onto a target. You see? So when it moves the box onto the target, the first time it moves a box onto the target, each target, +1. That means it'll never have a reward greater than 1 total. It'll either have 0 or 1 on every step. New intuition. It depends on how much compute you have, man. I think that working with the big models, like working with large model regime when you don't have compute is just generally not a lot of fun. But then again, I can't exactly advise RL stuff because the academia RL is so messed up at the moment. Like I left and I've made so much more progress in the 2 years since I've left. Like RL is a completely different field now with Puffer, whether or not academia has realized it. Like we're doing stuff that was impossible 2 years ago. Scared of the job market situation. It also depends on your university, right? Like how much you have to hedge your direction depends on where you're coming from. It depends on a lot. Like in my case, right, I could just be anywhere I want within 2 months. Like I have good enough low-level skills, I'm good enough general programming, I have a strong enough general ML background. I can work on any sub area of ML I want, other than like hard theory, within 2 months. Does it have to be smaller than for one box than win? Well, Tim, you win when you put all the boxes on the targets, right? Yes, keep it as a coefficient that you can turn off, sure. But it's not gameable, right? Because the maximum reward is for putting all the boxes on all the targets. So I would just give it like +1 for every time it puts a box, and then you don't need to do any of this counting, right? Because whenever it moves, if it puts the box on the target, you zero out that reward and give it to it. That's it. I know, Keanu, if you've seen some of my work in RL, like if you look at my thesis defenses online, that thesis was so much work for what would be considered now a relatively simple environment. Well, by Puffer standards, not by anybody else's standards. Because it ran like a few thousand steps per second. I basically had to go re-engineer the field to be fast. And then the problem is that the things that are required in RL are not always the thing that academia appreciates. So I'm not even really thinking about, oh, the job market or whatever, right? Because in my mind, um, like low-level ML Eng, practical experiments work, architecture work, like you can just do work wherever you want very quick, very easily. It's mostly the fighting academia on pubs thing that's annoying. I've written a fair bit about this, if you'd read through some of my articles. But then the language model stuff is just so bloated and ridiculous that, like, realistically, if you don't have a ton of compute and you're not very well set up for it, you're kind of just not going to end up doing anything useful because the labs are just way better resourced for this stuff than you are, and they're actively doing it, and there's really not that much room for being clever. Iceberg video is good. I've made a lot of progress since then. We now have Puffer running over 10 million steps per second on a single GPU. Yeah, so Tim, this is the major thing on your reward coefs. This goal is good. You set terms. Do clear terms. You do clear terms. Good. You avoid all the main bugs. Don't do this. Tim, don't do this. This is gamma. Yeah, Tim, gamma does this for you. The gamma parameter of generalized advantage estimation already does this implicitly. All that this does is this biases your optimal solution. So if you set this too high, it'll decide to just like, well, I guess it depends. There's no failure condition, I suppose. It's still not great. Yeah, just delete this. Don't do this in general. Like, this is the job of gamma. Exactly. So this is just an algorithmic misunderstanding. Don't do this. Okay, so I mean, I've given you stuff to fix. It wasn't as bad as I thought on the first go through. I thought it was bad though because you've split all this stuff out for functions you're only using once. So obviously, if I see something that's split out that's only used once, I think that you're using it in a bunch of places. So I think you're calling for loops everywhere. Oh yeah, like boxes on targets before. Look, you are doing it here. You are. Wait, no. I missed this. You are doing it here. Look, you're going through twice. What is this, right? Okay, this is actually, now this is where you have to think about this. Look, double for loop through the environment, take an action, you know immediately whether you've put a box on the target, right? You can just count the number of boxes on targets, +1, -1, or 0. All right, you don't have to for loop. You don't need any for loops over the environment. This gets deleted, you get like +2 lines of code and take action. You see, Tim? Get intermediate rewards. This also doesn't need a double for loop. This also just gets computed and take action. Purely for logging. But Tim, int boxes on targets, right? +1 when you move the box onto the target, -1 if you move it off the target. You don't need to double for loop. The only for loops I see here that are justified are potentially scanning the map at the start. Oh, and because the maps are static, by the way, if you wanted to, you could literally pre-compute that. You could literally pre-compute the number of boxes and stuff just in the maps, and then you would need 0 double for loops. You'd have no double for loops anywhere. And would run way faster. It'd be a super nice test environment. You could run this thing 10 million on one singular CPU core, and we would have an amazing time with it. You see? There you go. Yeah, when you load the map, loading the map could just be the mem copy plus setting the num targets and initial position and stuff. Actually, I think I do that in mazes. Well, look at C reset. Oops. You get the agent position. This is static, right? And you get count boxes. Okay? You literally already know the agent position in the map, right? It doesn't change. I guess it's slightly annoying because you'd have to store it in this flat memory. I'd probably make it structured to make it a little less error prone. But like one dumb way to do it would just be like when you compute the map, you store num boxes, x, y, and then the map. Right? Map changes each reset, yes, but the maps themselves are static. So each map, when you make the maps, right, you can pre-compute the number of boxes in that map and the starting position. You don't change your starting position when you play the same map multiple times, right? You reset to a different map that has a single starting point and number of boxes. Yeah, literally everything's pre-computable. You need 0 for loops in this. Or 0 double for loops for over the map. You can make this thing super fast. You can actually make the code shorter by doing this. This will be very instructive. Actually, this is a very good task for you. Yeah, just add 2 integers. 3 integers, because you also get the box count or whatever. I think this will be very informative for you, Tim. I think you'll become a much better programmer just by doing this. Like, you'll just see how much simpler everything becomes and how much clearer you think about the problem when you do it this way. Of course. Hey, I say I will review M's. Like, I may sometimes get behind in my reviews, but I review M's when people PR me useful stuff. All I ask is that you actually, finish it and fix it up so we get this PR, because actually this is going to be a super useful end. I don't know how I didn't think of this before, but this will be a very, very nice end. But it has to be done correctly. Code has to be simple and, high confidence, and it'll be good. Yeah, Spencer, I was showing him your triple triad ends before with the freaking double and triple pointers everywhere. It's better I be an asshole in the review and just tell you all the things so that you actually fix them and learn from it, I figure. Yeah, no, of course, Tim. Thank you. Cool. Oh yeah. Hey Spencer, this is latest Constellation. We're fixing up the log format stuff today so I can stop changing the format and breaking all of our experiments. But boom, boom. Sort by hidden size. Y48. Copies to clipboard instantly whenever you click it. There you go. Constellation. Any C skills? The cool thing about C is it's 5 things you need to know pretty much. You need to know what a pointer is. You need to know what basic data types are. You need to know what memory is and how it's allocated. And I don't know, that's about it. C is a very small toolkit, and it's mostly about just clear, simple logic. I don't think I have a bunch of streams where I've done a bunch. Like, there might be some if you go back, but I'm going to be doing more of these reviews anyways. Like, this was a good one for today. But you see how I just kind of go through and I piece through things and I just like, okay, can this be done more simply? All right, you're looping over this. Like, do you need to actually be looping over this thing? Do you need to be doing operations proportional to map size here? You know, you just simplify. C is an amazing language. See, the problem with modern programming, right? You get these really bloated languages that go like tool, 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 library, like paradigm, box, other box that contains other box. I don't tell you what's in box, blah. And everything is very weird and like it just doesn't feel like logic, problem, like solve in simplest way possible, done, fast, right? What is computer doing? I don't know. With C, it gives you like 5 things and you can solve whatever the hell you want with them. And then very oftentimes you look at your code at the end of the day and it's like 1,000 times faster than the stupid JavaScript thing that somebody wrote, and it's shorter and it's simpler. See above messages about maps. Add 2 integers at the end. I replied to that. Yes, just like add 2 integers at the end. I think it's 3 integers, right? It's x, y, and num boxes or something. Unless I miss some. I don't think it might have eaten messages. If you don't see it on the stream, I didn't see your message though. All right, I'm happy with that. That was a good review. Don't you make the M's in C? Yeah, you make the M's in C. There's not that much to know. Map licenses. Oh, for fuck's sake, are the maps CC by SA? That's gonna be a problem if they are. We can still use the auto-gen ones. Let's see, what are the map gen licenses? Well, wait, you have some, most of them are auto-gen, right? Where are the maps? Apache. Apache's fine. Apache isn't copy labs, right? No. Apache is fine. Yeah, it's just the assets, man. So nix those. Oh, and I didn't check. Is it a puffer pushing the boxes? You get bonus points if it's a puffer pushing the boxes. Well, cool. Yeah, I think mostly Tim, like, make sure that you do the refactors when you're fresh, because I think that in terms of like density of learning, this one project will teach you a huge, huge amount. Like, you'll really, really change a lot of the things that you think about in programming from this. Of course, it's a puffer. My man. Okay, that's a good review. Cool. That didn't take that long. Licensed maps are harder. It's just Apache. Apache is fine. Okay, cool. Here's what we're gonna do, folks. This was a good code review. Oh, I do these for everybody, by the way. So if you submit a useful end that's not just like Claude code crap that you've put zero effort into. So if you actually are trying to learn this stuff, you want to get involved, or you're gonna make a useful environment. I do code reviews. I get behind on the code reviews all the time because I have a lot of other work to do, but I do eventually do them. And I do them live, and you get feedback and commentary like this, and you get more feedback and commentary if it's an actually useful environment as well. Like Sokoban is a absolutely kick-ass environment for research. It's a really really good exploration task. Um, the one thing I'm not sure about, Tim, is whether I'm going to have you do local, like partial observations or not on the end. I think we'll try it with global obs first. So just clean it up with global obs, and then we'll look at it after. I'm gonna go get myself a mug of tea, and then we are going to work on the logging code for Puffer 4 so that we can get our logs in a nice clean format to load into Constellation for visualization. We're going to get some experiments up and running, and then later today, once I've finished all of that, we're going to start reviewing some low-level code, all the CUDA code for Puffer 4, and I'm going to see what else I can clean up, because that portion of the code base is a total mess. I will be back in a few. Just in time. And cool, I didn't mute this, right? Okay. This on. So, metrics, right? Let me have some tea, and I'm going to think just for a few moments about how I want to set this up. I'm going to implement the curves. Really simple, be done by a newbie. Sokoban's only a few hundred lines. Sokoban's going to end up being a top 5 env. Sokoban is... You should have some programming experience before you do something like Sokoban. I wouldn't recommend it to a new programmer, but that's perfectly a good project for somebody who's like new to low level and new to RL. Like 2048 is another example. 2048 ended up being a fantastic environment. It's just like a lot of the tasks that end up being scalable difficulty, you know, where like you can kind of get a reasonable solution quite quickly, but there's a lot of depth to them and they're like difficulty scalable. Those end up being very good. Partial obs, why? It can make it easier to have it be centered on the agent sometimes, but the main reason, Tim, is just for the bandwidth and the amount of data going into the neural net. Like, as you make the maps bigger, first of all, you have to train on all the same size maps, and second of all, if they get too big, it's going to slow it down. Don't worry about that now, though, man. Just clean up the end. You got enough to do. You're going to learn a ton from doing that, believe me. And you're going to put the env into a state where we can use it nicely. Don't worry too much about the Python C API, like the pi dict, pi this, pi that. That's all getting removed in 4.0. That thing's a mess. Fuck Python. Sokomon's all 10 by 10. 10 by 10 is fine. Then we can just do global obs. But if we solve all the maps in 10 by 10, Tim, we might want to make them bigger. I think we might solve all the maps. You won't? Buffer's pretty good. We kind of soda the crap out of everything we touch, so I don't know. I'll send you a puffer. Don't send me a puffer fish. I move around too much to be taking care of a puffer fish. I would have gotten several by now if I wanted them. I can't solve them. Oh, there's a lot of stuff I can't do that the agent can do, man. It took me like it took me I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours of practice to learn how to park a car over the last couple of days. I guarantee you we can RL an agent to park perfectly in 3 seconds if we just set up a scenario in the puffer drive-in. Like it's completely trivial for RL. Look, in my defense, the test they put the cones all the way at the end of the white line. It's like it's like parking between two asshole Ford pickup drivers that have just completely boxed you in. Come puffer RL, get me girls. RL can. Gym training is considered a form of reinforcement learning, right? You lift weight, you observe weight, you lift weight, you pick up weight, you get strong. Train agent, train self. I am still doing work here. I'm just thinking about how I want to do this. Like, this is very important that I get the logging format right. I'm trying to think how I want to do basically the final evaluation versus the intermediate evaluations. I think it would just be better to have them all merged, right? Oh wait, that's easy. That's easy. What we're going to try to do here basically is get all the metrics nicely downsampled into log file. Not bad. Matterdix, haven't seen it. Interessante. Muy interessante. I'm just like messing with this a little bit, see if there's a better way to do it. Yeah, I hate this as well. Go away, Claude, you're dumb. we append, well, we do have data for all of these. Hmm. Oh, I know how it works. That's not good. No, this is not what we want. Yeah, I answered my own question in my head. This is not what we want. What do we want then? Oh, wait, does this work? Yes, this does work. I don't think that we can actually do that, can we? Univariate spline. Univariate spline. What's this? This is freaking cool. This here is cool. Um, Interesting. Convolve signal with the Gaussian window. Simple moving average. Blur the signal. I see. Don't. Hey, disciple. Mm. I'm just playing around with different downsampling things at the moment because it's super important that we have this right. Like this is the most important thing. All right, machine. Okay. So yeah, this should not be. This is optimistic. The problem. Hmm. I think we're gonna end up at the exact spot that we just started at, aren't we? Which is just a mean filter. I'm just playing with interps with this, guys, because like it's really, really important that we have good curves. Like if your debug tool is wrong, it's really hard to debug. None of this code's getting used. This is just for me playing around with methods. Okay, this is way better, right? Yeah, look, it's not biased anymore. This is an unbiased sample. Way better. Why does this point get pulled down? This is why we do this. This getting dragged up is normal, right? There's no reason to preserve the first point. Is there a reason to preserve the first point? What do we think, guys? I mean, we're never going to use a window this size. Realistically, what? It's 100 points, so we'd use what, like 10? This is perfect, right? 20 would be the most. Good morning. Not enough people making graphs on YouTube. Oh, this is super easy crap. So I'm just messing around here with different interpolation metrics. The reason for this is, here, let me explain what I'm doing. So I'm cleaning up Puffer4's logging code, and all this code is going to get pulled into Constellation. I'll show you Constellation, which is our new C native dashboard. Lots of metrics. Every single point is an experiment. Can just have huge amounts of data and analysis in here. It's all incredibly quick. It doesn't lag like the stupid web UIs, right? Because it's all just native in C. It'll run in your browser as well, just with WebAssembly. The thing that I'm trying to figure out is when I'm logging data to it, we downsample the data so that we don't have huge log files. And it's really important that that interpolation for that be done well, because otherwise you completely mess up all your analysis. So none of this code for this plot here is getting used. This is just me messing around with different interpolation metrics in Claude. And I think that this is what we like, which is very close to what we already have. It's very close to what we already have. And I think this is what we're going to integrate. But I'm just kind of taking it slow and being very careful, because it's very important this be done correctly. This is going to be a little bit difficult though, isn't it? Okay, realistically, what's going to be missing, right? We'll always have lost data. We can always have perf data. So it's just the env data that could be missing, right? Do you use NVIDIA Isaac Sim? It's going to be popular soon. I mean, that is incredibly popular, but I'm not doing robotics at the moment. We do reinforcement learning. We do some control, but we don't do a ton of like high fidelity robotic stuff. We do a lot more industrial sim. We use a lot of games for research. They work very well across the board. And we build high performance, low level tools in RL. I mean, you see Python here, but the entire training code is all in CUDA. Like raw CUDA. We'll be editing that later today as well. There'll be some CUDA refactoring on stream. I'm going to be live all day long on this. Minus a couple quick breaks for food and stuff here and there. I'm gonna try to not starve myself today. I usually forget to eat on stream, like while I'm streaming all day. What happens if we miss envy val metrics? Ugh. That can happen with improper log frequency. That can happen with a lot of stuff, can't it? Yeah, that can happen actually. Well, first of all, is there any way we can make it not happen? I don't think so. Well, wait, we can always call log. Hang on. Let's think about this. The best way to solve a problem is to like bypass the problem in the first place. So, in what situations are we just not going to have log data? There are some environments that simply take more than one epoch worth of training to have reasonable log metrics. No way around that, right? I'm also not a huge fan of just accumulating these logs, though. Yeah, you can literally OOM with the logs, can't you? They get really big for the long runs. Okay, so we have to think about how we're doing this then a little bit more carefully. Stream shows up on shorts. That's weird. I made a couple as an experiment, and then I just decided it's just not a format I really like. I don't think shorts are like a good or healthy format for stuff. We can just downsample periodically. Hey, Winker. It's going decently. I'm just trying to figure out at the moment, like, there's some edge cases with how we do logging, and I'd like to get it done correctly now so I can stop messing with it and stop having to rerun experiments. So I'm going to just spend the time today to actually do it correctly, and then we're going to be set. Okay, so there are a couple weird things, right? So like one, some runs are really long. We can solve that just by downsampling the log data every once in a while. So we can ignore that problem. Runs that don't return env data at all should just get deleted. I guess the only thing left is the envs that do return env log data that just don't do it often enough. This is not the shipped code for reference. I would not put this in the shipped code. This is just me playing with interp. CL for chess, transitions, endgames to real games over learning. It'll sometimes miss a mate. Transition end games to real games. We wasted a lot of time for it to learn the goal. I wouldn't worry too much, Jess, because like the curriculum problem will be solved by Puffer 5. So I would, instead of trying to like do a bunch of stuff to figure out the different phases of the game, I would focus more on like making sure that you've actually done the architecture and encoder ablations, get it as simple as possible, get the thing training as fast as possible. If you can, figure out the like two pick phase versus one phase thing, figure out if you're wasting 25 or 75% of the compute, with weird self-play hacks. Like that's the stuff that's gonna matter because the main goal for chess, right? We get this elo curve and we do pretty damn well on it, and we can use it as a like. The main thing is that the end has to not be jank, right? Like we want this to be something that we can actually use and run. We have several M's that are just jank that we don't use as often in research, even though they're really cool. Um, so as long as we can get that, then the goal will be as we move to Puffer 5, we'll be implementing new curriculum stuff, and then chess will become a test environment in which we see whether our curriculum stuff helps, because we would expect it to in chess, and then we can report better elo curves over time. So I wouldn't worry too much about like hacking the CL. You can do a little bit of stuff, but like 50 bill steps is not that much for chess. Like I'm not surprised that it's going to take more than 50 bill steps. And when we get it actually efficient, so that it's running at the speed it should be running, we can just send a 1 trill, like we can send a 1 trill run on chess, and that can be the baseline. Can't mean filter. You just, yeah, you just sample it. Okay, yeah, you wouldn't mean filter, you just sample it. I answered my own question. Nepal, hello. Got this. I think this can be made simpler. Hello. Wait, did it keep the same axis? Stupid thing. I'm just messing around with different interpolation methods here, and I'm seeing if there's a way to do this cleanly. See, like, this is too much mess. Indeed. Okay, let me see what this is doing. Sorted. I think it's just fucked this up entirely. Oh wait, no, it's still doing this. Hang on, I have to think how I wanted to proceed. Hidden size always been the biggest elo boost. Don't want to go for 512, 256 being the default in my mind. You're on the 3.0 architecture though, Jess, so 4.0 it'll be easier to scale. Wait, does it matter that you have it sampled? It does matter that they get sampled onto the same axis, right? Does that have to be a particular key? It does, right? It has to be a particular key that you always have. Any of the keys will work. Sorted of D of K. Hey, chicken. See what we're left with. So this filter up. encoder and arch? Should I be thinking of those as separate in my mind? Um, Only because of the amount of work I've done in 4.0 on the MinGru based like main network versus LSTM Jess. Like the main network is a pretty nice buff. To be fair, I have not seen it do massively better at anything yet, but it is just so much faster. It's really nice. And it should, in theory, it should scale better for bigger nets. Specific ops format. So a massive hidden size and then I died. Um, you could time it in Torch Chest to see the CNN like one layer versus MLP. How big is the hidden size? Like, what's the size, real quick? The only annoying thing with comms is you will depend on QDNN for them. Of why? It's using the cumulative sum. It's trying to preserve the X ticks. $100K. National Masters. Well, we have an upper bound now. Wait, what do you mean 3 hidden layers for the first 2 layers? What do you mean for the first 2 layers? 3 hidden layers for the first 2 layers. 3 layers total. So 2 hidden layers. So wait, that's 4 million, 8 million. That's only 9 million parameters, Jess. Was that the entire network? We can train 9 million parameters well over 1 million steps per second. Per GPU. You're good, Jess. No worries. Anything we can... This is still too much. Ours used twice. See? IDX. I just need this function to be clean, and I think we can be good. I'm gonna take my break, and get some food quite soon. But let's keep going for a little bit. A few more minutes on this. Wait, X all. Okay, this is sampling ticks. I don't understand this cum sum op. I think this is going to be the thing next to do. Low is clip. R. Can I get this? I see. Get the cumulative sum. Okay. I see. This is a really shitty piece of code. I'm gonna go take a quick break. I gotta go do a couple quick. I'll be back and we will clean this up. Oh man, I don't like having bits of code like this in the code base, even if it's just for something like downsampling. We need to get this op correct. It's worth spending time on this today, even if it's like a bunch of time for a few lines. I'll be back shortly. Start Puffer on GitHub if you haven't already. It helps me out a lot. I will leave stream on. I'll be back soon. Okay, I'm back. After adding, we're not planning on adding search calamaria. We're trying to do it without search. That's the point. Got myself some toast. We're going to think about this function a little bit for downsample. It's very, very basic, but it's like, it's one of those things you really have to get right. So I think that today is the day that we just spend the time to get it right. Okay. So the first thing I'm wondering is whether or not this array logic makes it actually more complicated. Hmm. You can totally add search. Search is just incredibly slow. I personally don't think search is going to be the way forward generally. I honestly think within the next couple of years, we're going to have RL just working out of the box on medium complexity problems. Like problems that we do professionally now for clients, we're pretty much going to just be able to have the learning portion work out of the box. You know, there's going to still be some intricacies to simulation development, but it's going to be much easier. There are going to be far fewer places where stuff can go wrong. The learning will be way better. Everything will be massively more efficient and simpler. And we're going to be able to start really pushing this stuff on hard problems. I mean, that's just like how I see it going with Puffer, because I don't see many other people doing stuff, frankly, at this point. Let's go with sliders. I'm just comparing a couple things with this on how we could do our indexing, you know. So honestly, this is better, isn't it? What's this at 85? Just slight offset issue. Thank you. Oh, this is it. Wait, this is 90. Car am I getting? Well, I don't need one for here. I'm at my family's place. Realistically, everywhere I go, they're just cars I can borrow. Now, if Tesla ships the autonomous cyber cab, and it's at a reasonable price, I might get one of those. 'Cause that sounds fun. I got my license so I can drive. I don't expect to enjoy driving or want to do it much. It's just like, right now I can do it. And like, I no longer have to be stuck every so often. Like, realistically, I'm just gonna use the self-driving stuff 95+% of the time. Regular Tesla. Yeah, I could. I mean, my family already has, one I can just borrow. Um, I guess it depends when they actually end up shipping the cab version that's like fully autonomous. Like, I pretty much just got the license, so because it's currently it's supervised, it's not fully autonomous. So you need to at least be able to drive to the standards of the state driving test, which I did in 3 days. I think that was pretty good. This binned one looks super low. Yeah, bin Z looks too low. Never giving up manual controls. I mean, in my mind, driving was just a chore in the first place. And an incredibly dangerous one. Okay, this is wrong. Why is this thing so stupid? Approve for safety without a manual control option. I mean, it's actually stupid that like the things haven't been approved already, considering that they are they're safer than the median driver. Like as soon as something is safer than the median of whatever it is, like you're actively killing people by leaving it off the road. Oh, wait, shit, this is gonna break. That's kind of bad, isn't it? It's actually quite difficult to do this correctly, like without introducing any sort of weird biases. Quite difficult. Hmm. It's actually kind of tough, isn't it? Your selection of default coding standards. It's hard to be prescriptive with stuff. Shorter code is generally better as long as you're not gulping the crap out of it. Um, Less abstraction is better, less indirection is better. And you can't just like put coding standards. It's not like, because any like boilerplate I give you, there's gonna be a stupid way to do it. It's just generally do stuff top to bottom in the simplest way possible. Okay, this I do have to decide on, and this is actually quite annoying because it gets so much easier if I can just assume that we have data. Indirection. So a function is indirection, right? Like anything that is not the exact code that you expect top to bottom introduces a layer of indirection. So when you split something out into a function, it's a layer of indirection because then you have to go into the function to go look for the thing, right? A class is indirection as well. Anything that puts the control flow of the program somewhere else. Indirection is also used as a technical term for like lookups and stuff. So you can also use it to mean that as like a term for performance analysis, like number of jumps and stuff, but I'm just referring to it generally as the amount of layers between you and the thing you care about. So you'll often see me like fighting for hours to remove a layer of indirection, meaning like this function calls this function calls this function. Can I have it be 2 deep instead of 3? Stuff like that. Because it's important. Hey Nick Lecha, welcome. I'm trying to ship Puffer 4, and I'm currently cleaning up our logging. There's one last thing I have to do on our logging so it's nice and clean and so we can like actually have our experiments run without me having to change this thing constantly. That's what I've been up to mostly. How you been? I really do not like this. So it's the only issue that we have really is like the experiments where you get basically no data. Really short experiments. We could just regard those as 1-point experiments. Okay, I have a better idea, yep. 19% win rate at 35 mil steps. That's fun. That's pretty cool. Config loves draws. Of course it loves draws. It's way easier to figure out how to draw it, apparently. And it gets points. Environment frames in billions. Okay, so this is using 1000x more compute. Episode score. Wait, are they lifting score weirdly? Merge scores 200k. Oh, I actually can't tell. Hang on, is it? 100k? I don't know how their 10 to the 0 baseline works. That doesn't make any sense. Simulations. So they're using 100x compute. Oh, it's trained using 100 simulations. Where's the policy? Yeah, it is also off, Paul. We get 200K in literally 18 minutes, so I think we're good. Thank you. See? Yeah, it works. 5. Okay, yeah, but the bin centers. Yeah, this messes it up. Okay. There we go. Good. It caught the mistake. Like, that was obviously wrong before, right? Good. Okay. Play the new Resident Evil. No, dude, I sit here and I write code. This is not a game stream. Okay, so let's see. You almost don't need NumPy for this. Let's see. Flood? Link me. I don't know what game that is. is this while loop? For D in data. What's that? We're gonna get this thing to not be shit. The sample function is very important. I don't care that we're spending 4 hours on like a 10-line sample function. Like, that's just what it's gonna be today. It's like Python brain garbage here, I swear. Oh, I see, Jess, you sent me. It might be Jess. I have no idea how complex or how much it scales. You're probably better off with chess, and if you want to do other games, like, I wouldn't recommend doing more of these, like, hard to intuit puzzle M's. We have a few of them already. The ones we have are, like, we have a few that are easy enough to interpret. Um, like, there are other big projects we can do for sure for N's. Don't get me wrong. What is this garbage? Let me go into. First of all, is this even correct? No, this is not even correct. Let me try to write it. Where do we get our keys from? Pure fun, I'm getting a robot car with claws. I want to train with buffer. Honestly, the next, like, self-play, there are a couple of these, like, tank games that are fun for control. Robocode would be a good one to finish. Nobody's ever finished that. Oh, look for open PRs in case anybody did some stuff on it, though. Honestly, the really big end that I'm going to want long-term is, like, full MMO. There's definitely some stuff we can do that's in the middle though. Do you go to the gym every day? The latest block of training I've done has not been super great. I've kind of just been doing a ton of work on Puffer 4. I at the moment I'm going 3 times a week. One day I'm doing like a good run. I was doing a good run 3 times a week, but then I just couldn't keep up with the lifting. I have some pretty good gym training going on. I've got like a really good trainer. Um, it's like a pretty heavy. Well, it's not full powerlifting block. I'm trying to round out a bunch of stuff actually at the moment because I had a couple injuries. I gotta fix my shoulder. I'm putting some pounds back on my bench. I'll probably be back to doing stuff every day when I'm back in Maryland. Where do we get keys from? It's actually kind of bad. That's we do not have keys. And also this array of dicks format. Oh wait, could I make it way easier? I could make it way easier on myself here, couldn't I? Still need downsample. Would you give letters of rec for that? I think it would be very difficult generally to do that. I did that in a time when RL was way more active, and I had an advisor going into it that I'd already worked with for quite a while at OpenAI. And I think these days, like, I don't think that there's as much of a reason to turn an env into a PhD anymore. I kind of already did that. I think mostly that problem is solved. I would definitely give letters of rec though to major contributors who've done a bunch of stuff. I think generally you want letters of rec from professors, but I mean, mine would carry some weight at the least. It kind of depends. Def harder than working at a frontier lab. Well, yeah, but those companies have gotten so big that like they have a lot of stupid people there just by definition. Like companies just don't get to that size and scale well, right? Like I think that the vast majority of the people at OpenAI when I was there were very good. I definitely wasn't one of them yet. You know, I had a couple things that I knew that like I had some pretty good ideas that other people weren't thinking about, but I definitely wasn't as generally competent as many of the people there when I was there. Obviously, I was like 20, but they don't keep you don't keep talent density and scale. It just doesn't work. I see. Okay, I have it. I have this totally screwed up, don't I? Hmm. I feel like so stupid with this function, but like this is actually just very important that I do this correctly, and there's a little bit of subtlety for it. So again, it's like if we spend half the day on this, whatever, it's a worthwhile investment. What's the boundary check? Oh, stupid. MIT PhD struggles with incredibly basic ass logic. But then again, the LLM made a massive mess of it too, so whatever, you know? Wow, I really messed that up. Oh, so the LLMs are better than an MIT PhD now? The LLMs are really dumb. I think the correct interpretation is LLMs can't reason. Most people can't reason. Reasoning is reserved for some people sometimes. I think I can sometimes reason. You know, if I'm fresh and not just being a total goober for no reason. I mean, actually, Anish, like being me, that's pretty much what it feels like all the time. I don't feel like I'm a genius or anything. Like, I feel like I'm pretty stupid, and most of the time I'm just barely competent enough to do the shit I need to do. And then it feels like everybody else is just sitting around eating crayons on repeat. That's kind of what it feels like. Like every so often, I'll solve something that's like, man, that was a hard problem. That needed me to be pretty clever to come up with that. But most of the time, it's just like, oh my gosh, we have all overcomplicated the crap out of everything. This should be simple. We're all just dumb. That's kind of just what it feels like. I've never had the imposter syndrome thing where it's like, oh, it seems like everybody else is so smart. I've kind of had the opposite thing where it's like, wow, we're all really, really, really dumb. My philosophy is pretty damn basic, Anish. Me write code, lift heavy rock, eat big steak. delete TikTok immediately. Delete TikTok, delete Instagram if you have those. X is a necessary evil. Try not to scroll that too much. X is a necessary evil. But yeah. The one total vice activity that I have where it's just like, I didn't do it for 3 years, and then I made a bunch of progress on Puffer, and I just wanted to have something nice to do when I feel like taking some time off, is I do have my RuneScape here. That's basically it. I think I just kind of got stressed out with X just having gone to total shit. It's like the AI grifters trying to outgrift each other to raise all the money and whatever. And I just don't give a shit. I just want to do my stuff. We advance science. And all the Hollywood wannabes can just do their thing over there in SF. While eating my lunch? Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't like having this be a default dict at all. We'll just do this. Oh, right. Results of K, right? Mm-mm. Hey, user. Alright, this code sucks here, but like, already, this is the same length as what we had before, and it's simpler. So I think we're going to be able to make use of this. This actually is going to end up pretty close to what we had originally, but there are a couple crucial distinctions that will make this better. Town Uni in Pennsylvania. No, I have not heard of it, my guy. I mean, I don't think that the university that you go to really matters for what you can do long term. It only really matters with it's mostly a bonus with conventional path stuff, right? So conventional job applications, conventional fundraising, this and that. But if you're kind of just like building awesome stuff and doing your own thing, things become a lot more meritocratic quite quickly. A couple of the best people I know came from like I have no idea where. That's actually a better fit. Cool. There we go. So this is now correct. Now we just have to now we have to simplify this. Let me use the restroom real quick and get a refill on my tea. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, folks. There we go. Every time I come in, dude's away. I gotta get tea once an hour or so, man. I intentionally make it so I have to go downstairs, so I don't just sit here for 12 hours a day straight. Put my music back. There we are. All right. So this function works. It's just a mess. Let me just think about it a little bit, see if we can clean this up. This has to be the outer loop, right? Well, we can do this. Okay. Nice. How can I concentrate listening to music? Is it with lyrics? Um, very little, if any. The hell am I even listening to? It's like random hard electro. I'm not really a music guy. I'm not like, indie music. I think I've been to one concert in my life, like ever, maybe two. I think two, both of which I was dragged to. Get rid of this. Count can't be 0. It's getting better. Stanford have a frat culture? Yeah. I didn't join any of the fraternities, but I went to plenty of parties. It's nice. I don't know if I like this. That's fine, right? I think if we would do it slightly different in C, but I think this is fine, right? Drink less. Yeah. I mean, realistically, that was just because I basically never done anything fun in that way in my whole life, and I figured I probably wouldn't be. You know, I'd be doing serious research and shit. I wasn't gonna be traveling around partying, so no, I don't regret having some fun in college. I still did plenty of work. I published my first paper, single author, did the work for that. Started my sophomore year. I finished the whole core of Stanford CS curriculum my first year. Still graduated early. I took time off to do OpenAI, and I still graduated early. I could have been way more efficient with everything as well. I think I was very, very stubborn. Like, I would just not ask for help on stuff, even when the spec was just completely ambiguous. Whole Stanford CS in Gen 1 year. Well, look. It's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 courses. All right, so typically people will take one of these. They'll take like one or two of like they'll take one of these. They'll take 2 or 3 of these a quarter. So they'll finish. They'll put this one off usually. So usually people finish this their junior year. Some people do it their senior year. I just said, okay, you know, I've got 6 courses. I've got 3 quarters. I'll do 2 of them per quarter, and I'm done. I probably should have paid more attention to my probability and stats courses because I don't know shit about that. I don't know, stats just never made any bloody sense to me at all. Yeah, so that's what I did, Roger. I started doing full-time research as soon as I got to my second year. So I would basically do like 40 hours of research a week, and then I'd have 40 hours for my classes. I did a couple other crazy things as well. I mean, that's like not impressive though, at all. Like, I was not a great student. I intentionally didn't put in the time to get like straight A's in all the courses either. Something you can instill. I worked 110 hours a week through high school, Jess. Going from that to like 80 or 90 a week in college and actually being able to sleep was comparatively much easier. Like the concept of having a night off didn't even exist to me before that, so I don't recommend anybody do that. You will be miserable, but it does make it easy to do, what most people would be considered working pretty hard. Like I feel lazy now with the amount of hours that I put in by comparison. How come? Doing what? That's just what it takes in the US, to like ensure that you get into undergrad. I mean, you can get lucky, um, not working as hard. And health. It's my competition I'm cooked. I mean, that's how you ensure that you get in somewhere, while not being a genius and going to a specific place. I probably could have worked, substantially less and gotten into an Ivy or whatever. I'm really not a genius, Roger. Like, very, very little has come to me naturally. Would call you a genius? I don't know. But I'm like, what I mean by that, right, is it's not like stuff was just easy. Like, stuff is easy now because I worked. Farting away. Not really, Roger. Like, the other option, which is what I had, was you get to be 20 and you realize that you're completely socially inept because you spent zero time doing anything but studying. You basically end up with the character development of a 13-year-old by the time you're 18 or 19. Because you've just had no time. I honestly think a lot of people, like in CS, if you just follow this stuff in my guide, you'll get yourself several thousand hours back for free anyways, that you would have wasted on basically like trying to get good and doing so very inefficiently. Oh, I did a whole bunch of stupid shit, Jess. I would intentionally go do like a whole bunch of stupid shit just for the hell of it. I don't know. But honestly, that was not the most difficult thing. I think the most difficult thing for me was like, getting to that point and then realizing that most of the people around me were just completely like lacking in any sort of ambition and really had no desire to advance tech or produce anything meaningful whatsoever. I'm kind of realizing that like there simply just aren't places that are very dense in those types of people because there are very few of them. Like a good chunk of PhD candidates don't even care about advancing their field, believe it or not. Things make a lot more sense once you understand that. It's kind of both, Jess. And I'm good now. And open source is really fun for that as well. Alright. I think this function is good. Hey, does anybody see anything wrong with this? Anybody see anything we can shorten? Let me explain why this function is like this. All right, let me explain. Even 10% is close to 28. What should I be doing? You should be working on the right stuff. I mean, I can only speak to my field, but like the commentary I have on science is if like on science and how science is done is very important to understand. Like essentially there's a set of reasons. Once you start getting deeply technical, especially in RL, but I assume so in many other fields as well, like everything is super fucked up and you have to actually understand the external reasons for why stuff is incredibly fucked up and why actually people have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of hours doing this type of work, but what you need to do is not beat them at that type of work. You need to do something completely different. um, that is a skill that I don't know if I would say it came naturally to me. That's just something that I've sort of always been thinking about from the start. How do I push the field forward? How do I push the field forward? And looking at stuff from that perspective rather than a much narrower, how do I solve this one little problem over many years, I draw a lot of connections that other people do not. And for instance, I can see, okay, well, look, the whole field of RL hyper-focused in on the sample efficiency problem, We don't even know if this problem makes any sense. Look at this. All the code is incredibly inefficient. We're running stuff 10,000 times slower than it could be based on napkin math of the hardware. Um, everything feels incredibly janky and unstable, and we honestly don't know why. So what happens if we spend a little bit of time trying to optimize the throughput for the hardware, and we stop focusing in so much on this thing that everybody else has looked at? And very, very quickly, once I started doing that, the path sort of just opened up, and lo and behold, like there were a ton of advancements there just sitting to be made that I didn't need to be a genius to make. I just had to learn a few relatively simple things with low-level dev and to keep at it for a couple of years. And now RL is super fast, and lo and behold, training with larger batches and training with these numbers of samples makes everything more efficient, right? So it's that type of a thing, right? Where I didn't just go and beat the field at their own game. I realized they were solving the wrong problem. So that's one of the things. Now, the second thing is the fundamental skills that you need. I think that I spent a lot of time trying to become a good programmer. I was doing it very inefficiently because I didn't do low-level dev early enough, right? Because my undergrad courses really threw me off of low-level dev. They taught it very, very poorly. So I didn't want to do any low-level dev. But I still spent a lot of years just trying to figure out how do I write cleaner code, how do I make stuff simpler, right? How do I do stuff without making such a mess? And as a result, when I did start doing low-level code, it was incredibly easy and natural to me. It only took me like a few weeks before I was super comfortable just jamming everything in C. So programming fundamentals, write simple, just writing simple, efficient code, basics of what your computer is actually doing, some level of math, fundamentals of deep learning at the very least. Right? It's just that mostly. It's fundamentals in a few areas plus plus perspective for the most part. And then having the time to actually devote to doing this over many years. Let me explain what this function is to everybody, and let's just see if anybody has any quick suggestions. So why did I spend 5 hours on a like 15-line Python super basic sampling function? Well, we needed something to downsample log data, and we needed to not make a mess of the logs. So what I eventually came to the conclusion of is we can simply not include anything in all logs that does not contain environment log data, because environment log data is not kept every step. We need this to if this is a very short array, we need this to preserve the original structure. Okay, and if it's a long array, it needs to be downsampled to endpoints in equal bins. So what this does is it just chunks up total time steps into a fixed number of bins, and it averages all the data within those numbers of time steps. That's literally all it does. Oh, and it preserves the endpoint. It uses that last point at the very end. This division means that if we have n equals 10 points, we will naturally just get the first point at 5%, the last point at 95%, and then the final eval at 100%, which is very nice spacing. If we pass fewer points than all logs, it doesn't get downsampled, and this will return the exact original data, which is very important that you don't like resample your data. Anybody see any improvements we can make to this or any problems? Off-pol is more sample efficient, but very slow. Is there something? There is something intrinsic that makes it slow, Jess. I had that exact question, and I spent 6 weeks over the summer studying it. I wrote an article on it as well. My conclusion was that off-pol is screwed unless somebody solves this very tricky mathematical problem that I don't even know if there is a way to solve fundamentally. There's essentially this fundamental gap between on and off policy. You can't just have it be like a little bit off policy and then spend a little bit more compute and have smoothly better results, as far as I've seen. I think the sample function is good. They're reading too much Twitter and ish. The only thing that you're running out of time for is not being inundated by people giving you absolutely terrible advice on stuff. Most of the people that are earlier on would just be best served by jamming some nice low level dev, developing some fundamental skills, building some cool stuff. If you're into AI, learn some actual fundamentals, apply them to real projects. Basically it. Double for loops. No, Jess, this is fundamental to the problem, right? You have a certain number of logs and a certain number of keys. Oh, perfect. We probably want let's see. We'll have to fix the losses. Use the restroom real quick. We just have to fix losses. Dude, what the fuck is this doing? Stupid. Episode length. What the fuck is this crap? Last frame wins. Wait, episode length times agents divided by. Nice. Hey, Calamaria. Um, well, we just had a pretty nice one. I wouldn't say it's that large, but we did just come up with a very nice hardware efficient architecture in Puffer 4. It just makes everything quite a bit faster and a little bit more scalable. It's a pretty funny one as well. It's a combination of two quite niche papers. Okay, let's try. I like this. I like how we have it here. Maybe we don't want this 256. It's 256. Think about this. I'll explain what I'm doing here, like the thinking behind this in a moment. Let me get my thoughts down fully. It has to do with the final evaluation and logging. Refactoring architecture of open source puffer. Well, at the moment, Garcia, I mean, I'm the creator of Puffer, so there's quite a bit of refactor work to be done during the process of development, especially for a major new release. At the moment, I'm actually, this is a little bit more than a cleanup. This is going to improve the robustness of our logging. This is going to make it a lot easier to get log data into our dashboard. It'll make it quite a bit more concise. It's a little bit more than just a refactor at the moment. Ooh. Oh, we can just do easy, right? No, the main thing that we have is the architecture is now sequence trainable. It's like sequence parallel in training, which is very, very nice. And it's a little bit more scalable. It's got some nice properties to it. We got a bunch of nice efficient implementation stuff around it as well. Can be made even faster as well. Like in theory, once we, with a really good implementation, it should be essentially as fast as the matmul op that it does. Very, very little overhead on top of the one matmul. It's quite good. So we don't need this uptime. Need uptime? I don't know if we need uptime. This is good, right? Scores across time steps. I think this is fine, right? Okay. Dashboard. Flat logs. I think flat logs is fine, right? We like just log one layer dict is nice. Mm-hmm. Data readiness for any training begins. Industrial data sets. Invariant motion system structure. I'd need to know more about the problem to say anything useful. Methodologies and architectures. There are papers. It depends on the industry and how how modernized it is. Like in driving, for instance, there's a ton of stuff on driving. I see. Hmm. Logs. value loss explosion to nan when I increase hidden sizes. The optimal learning rate changes, Spencer. It's not invariant to model size until we do MUPI. Better updates than JE. It is OP, Conan, but it's also like the fact that everything is resting on that, and that is like the entire thing that is making anything work means it's worth investigating. I wrote a very nice blog post about this actually, where it really is the case that JE is the only reason that anything in RL works. It's the long form bootstrap. There, this one. So this is basically the bridge between on and off policy, and essentially like you just cannot do long form bootstrap off policy. JE requires that you have on-pol data or very close to on-pol data. All correction forms are basically ignore off-pol data in disguise. And this is the reason that off-pol is so freaking slow. So take logs. Ooh, I see the problem. Take a break in 15 minutes or so. Quick. I'm starting to feel myself slipping a little mentally. But this is getting there. It's getting there. Okay, we do want to append this. Yes, it would, Jess. It would be. One of the things on the list. I have not taken the time to go through the paper and understand the correction factor. Okay. Got all logs. Yeah. We're getting close. Episode length. I need more sleep, Jess. Not less sleep. Alright, so almost there. Still quite complex. It would be so nice to combine these, wouldn't it? I don't know if we can though, right? We could do eval rollouts. That'd be interesting. That might be easier. Okay, I have an idea. We actually might be able to simplify a lot of this. We will see. I'm gonna take a quick break. Just clear my head out, grab some toast, get some more tea, and I will be right back. I think we might be able to combine the two loops. Okay. One moment, folks. I will get myself set back up here. I had a quick hamburger. That's right. Make it? No. I'm at my family's place. Leftover. I can make breakfast and I can grill a steak. That's about it. Okay. So what I was thinking here is maybe we can fuse these two loops. We're gonna just get rid of Claude here so we're not tempted to use it. This is worth, right? Problem is we clear when we log. Yeah, so the problem is we clear it when we log. This is annoying though, isn't it? This has to also go here now. I'm just gonna play with this a little bit. I want to see if we can cleanly fuse the loops. Interesting. It's actually quite difficult to clean this up. It's worth doing. Yeah, there's no clouding this or anything. This is just like straight. Alright. Well, it's worth the time. It's worth the time to do this properly. It's the main training loop after all. What's wrong, Crit? Get yourself a mug of tea. Something comfortable. And a cool project to work on. Okay. Let's see. So weird, man. Factoring this. A lot of things I gotta do. Skip all the logging. Okay, we just ignore this, right? This is some shit. See, I hate having this be a while loop. It's easy stuff. It's just like we really need to do this correctly. You know? Alright, we'll work on real robotics. It works. Just use sim to train. Yeah. So there's that whole spat with Kyle on the recent Twitter thread on that. Um, Apparently people in robotics do really stupid domain randomization, which I believe because I've seen some of their code. Done properly, like domain randomization and curricular learning is the tool that you use for complex RL problems. Um, yeah, but this doesn't get past the star star quarks. Like it's not quarks like argparse args. You wouldn't really want it to be either. Hmm. Seeing calling addict args. Well, I mean that's what it is. It's not star args. It's not quarks. I guess it could be config. I have to fix the structure of this first. Like, the structure of this is the important thing right now. It's not complicated, but it's a very important piece of code, and it needs to be as simple as it can possibly be. What am I doing here? This is like, this should be so simple. Brain rot here. This checkpoint needs to be done at a different time, right? Are you working on a PR? I'm working on refactoring and cleaning up the training as well as improving the sampling logic for logging. I mean, it's my project. I just kind of merge what the fuck I want to the dev branches, right? Meant a PR review. No, I did. I reviewed an env earlier this morning. This is my code. It's a mess, but I'm working on it. Batch size in here. My batch size in here. Was it the pixel base? No. Sokoban. If I just make it a fixed number of eval epochs, right? What's that look like first? This. We want to log this. All right. It's something like this. Then we do the final eval, right? Yeah. This, don't need this, don't need this. Now in practice, I can't do it this way, right? How much extra eval should we allow, I guess, is a question. We're gonna bias the crap out of it if we're not careful. Well, now this is an actual technical question, right? It's like, how long should we let it run evals? Be time-based. That would be the easiest. Let's make it time-based. I can't have a for loop. But then what would the cutoff be? Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, hang on, let me pause this because I can't think clearly about this. I'm just like, so the problem here, right? I can't figure out how I want to do the eval cutoffs, right? How long do I want to run evaluation after training? This is an important question because at the end of training, right, you have episodes that are in progress. So the start of those episodes have been completed with a much worse policy, meaning that many of those episodes can get a much lower score than you actually deserve under the current policy. There's no real way around this because if you reset the environment and you start collecting rollouts, the first rollouts you collect are naturally going to be the worst luck ones of the policy because they're the ones that finish first. Usually finishing first is like a failure condition, though it depends on the env. Depending on the env, you can actually severely over or underestimate. Plus, resetting is janky anyways. So the next thing that you can do, right, is you can just keep running evals after training for a while until the metrics stabilize. So that's kind of a cool thing to do. But in that case, then you need like a cutoff point for how many evals you're going to run or how many samples you're going to collect or something like that, right? Because you don't want to have massively longer evals than you have training. But at the same time, there are some envs like Pong, for instance, where you might run training in 3 seconds, but you have to run another couple seconds worth of evals, or otherwise you're just going to get really bad metrics because the episodes are very long. So I'm not sure what to do about that. Now I have to think. The only thing I can think to do that's going to be like nicely scaled is going to be based on the number of agents, right? Like the number of episodes collected, rather. I'm just gonna have to be while loop. Okay, I guess we'll just keep going. Really annoying. Oh, I missed your thing. How was the end? End is very cool, crit. Okay. So I think we can clean this all up. Get rid of this. It's better, right? thing is shit. No? Rainy books. So tired with this. How much of this is even shared? Maybe I can do it cleaner in two? The dashboard print though, right? Semester exams are around in a week. Heh, that's funny. Well, I'm glad I'm more interesting than that. I mean, this is just me like pondering this pain in the ass. What's the nicest way to refactor this? Let me try to like clean. Let's try this again. This is such shit. But all right. Yes, you know, it's gonna just be gross. If I do it in two, it's gonna be gross. It's so annoying, man. Okay. Imagine doing it in this. We want these checkpoints as well, don't we? So the goal is that we delete this, right? But this just doesn't work, like straight up, to do it this way. This is dumb. It's just a convoluted piece of logic is all it is. It's just too much crap, right? It's tough to do it in one loop. It's also shitty if you do it in two. Yeah, it's fun, man. That's real fun. I hate this so much. Okay, hang on. So we do this. This. And what? this. Rate limit. Do this, right? This thing. Something like this. And then what we do time rollouts. How tough is open source exactly? Because if a top tier like project like Brainlab struggles, breaks my heart when a maintainer has to help. You have to monetize your shit. Like charityware is a really shitty business model. Just don't make charityware. Like Puffer does not ask for donations. We have contracts with companies and we do custom stuff for people. Open source is top tier. Yeah, but the thing is, Crit, that requires you to stop doing your open source and go work on the top labs bullshit, which is depressing. So screw that. The reason I'm not at one of the top labs is because I don't want to be at one of the top labs. I want to be doing my own top lab from the comfort of my bedroom. Do part-time open source? Fuck no. At least the top couple of companies are going to expect you to be working quite a few hours. just so crap, man. Pretty much a niche. It's actually way worse than that. Um, you just have to monetize your stuff because otherwise then what'll happen is the companies will use the financial pressure to try to like steal your work at a really shit price as well. Whole bunch of dumb stuff, man. Buffer closed. The core of it? No. We could have individual applications, right? That we work on that are like specific closed source sims or something that we sell. But I generally think you don't want to be closed sourcing stuff to the detriment of overall technical progress in science. It's actually pretty funny, like a lot of the big tech engineers straight up can't contribute to open source because they're too shit at it. Like they just get all their PRs rejected. And it's like, what the fuck is this? You know? Like many of the well-known open source projects out there that are widely used are just way higher quality than what companies are cobbling together internally and then selling back to you. Is there anything I missed in this? I think this is at least everything. Now, this is a disastrous mess. Can we do anything about this? This one will get cleaner, this line here. Yeah, this is the fundamental problem, right? It's just very oftentimes, like in the long run, yes, just optimizing money does get you technical progress, but it's often very inefficient. It turns out that just by like actually trying to advance tech, you advance tech a hell of a lot faster. Who would have thought? I think I am gonna just confuse the crap out of people if I try to do this in in one loop. So I think I have to do this in 2 loops. Assume we're gonna not have to deal with rank. Don't really add a lot of comments and describing what you're doing, good etiquette. Do you see how much time I'm spending making the thing like not crap? Like, do you see how much effort is going into me just trying to make this thing not suck? Like, everything I'm doing right now is not changing functionality, except for the very, like, the sampling stuff I did at the start of the stream. Like, everything else I'm doing now is not changing functionality. It depends. There are times you need to put comments, but like if you're having to explain what your code is doing, your code probably sucks. With some very small exceptions, like if you have like if you're using like a specific mathematical trick or something like that, then sure. And then downsample results. Tuned in after 3 to 4 months, I see the same dedication. Yeah, it just like code needs to not suck, and this is a very important section of the code, and it kind of sucks. It's just like a very weird set of logic, you know? There's just too many possible branches going on, and it's very difficult for me to get this clean in my head. Like it looks like you can just stick it all under one loop, but then if you try to do that, it's not quite. I really hate this section of the code. It drives me nuts that like I've just been staring at this for hours. But I said that this is what we were gonna get done today. I do actually have to finish it today, though. I can't just be doing it forever. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute. I'm thinking maybe we just start cleaning some unrelated stuff up inside of here, and then maybe that helps clean up the control flow. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. What's 12 trillion? Don't have donations open because this is not funded via charity, man. So it's we do contracts with businesses. We build high performance custom sims for industry applications. We do dedicated R&D, dedicated support for Puffer, stuff like that. So we don't have like closed source tools or anything, right? It's not like there's extra closed source stuff you get access to, but that doesn't mean that stuff is not monetized already. And realistically, like no matter how well I monetize, if I monetize users, like it's not going to come to a fraction of what I'd be making doing literally anything else. So I may as well just keep it all free. Can Puffer solve Middle Eastern politics for us? I think that one's MP complete. How do you handle the thread pool for GPU-based M's? Is there a way to bypass it? Yeah, so we don't have GPU-based M's at the moment. Like you can just basically replace the entire VEC interface though with the GPU interface because it's just a standard vector interface anyways, right? And match the interface with your GPU M's, and it'll just work. It's super slow. Oh, Puffer is definitely not super slow. Like what you should do is if you have a GPU-based env, you don't use the VEC, right? You just look at the VEC interface, you match your GPU env interface to that, write a small wrapper if you need, vector wrapper, not single env wrapper, and then you'll just get native train speed with your GPU env. Hello, welcome. And it's alright. Hey Jess, I've basically just been fighting this refactor all day. Slow part is that the VEC should happen in the GPU, not the CPU. The slow part is that the VEC... Well, do you have an existing GPU vector env, Carlos? Because if you have an existing GPU VEC env, you can just, like, replace Puffer's VEC with that one-line change. And then the data stays on the GPU. Why are you refusing donations? Because like it's meaningless, right? I'm not going to get any number of donations to Puffer that are going to make a difference compared to us just charging businesses for custom sims and the like. We have a handful of active contracts at the moment. Hey, 24. Oh geez, do not ask me to review Rust code, please. You're in the wrong spot for Rust, my friend. Turbo Puffer? Yeah, I've seen him. I think it's funny that the two like fast libraries for different things are just both Puffer. That's pretty good. Puffer trainer because it's faster? Yeah, Carlos. I use my own trainer. I didn't know I could replace Puffer. Yeah, just drop in, dude. Like, look at it. The Puffer, it just has vec send, vec receive. Alright? All it does is it sends batch of actions, gets back batch of observations. Whatever your GPU vec interface is, it's super easy to just match to that. Puffer will keep it on the GPU, and there you go, you're good. What problems are you having? It's literally just a vec-env, right? Like, batch of observations, batch of actions. Talk about any businesses you've offered custom sims? I can only talk about one of the smaller ones at the moment, because there's only one of them where they've, like, publicly done stuff. And where's it? These guys. They do. There is a simulator here for pricing data center compute. It's like pricing compute allocations that we're still working on for them. The standard env API hides that part. Does it? It's just send and receive, right, with the ops? Very fun for additional GPUs. Yeah, but just like I'm not gonna get any reason like any number of donations that make a difference with that. Like we just do one contract and then we can buy several extra servers. It's way more useful for me to just keep it all open, have it as a learning resource, have people submitting ends, hire people who are good from the open source community for various contracts. It's way better that way as well, because then I'm not selling anybody materials or stuff like that, right? I'm pretty happy with the way I've set it up, Split. The thing that does help, right, is just like star the puffer, talk about it on Twitter, submit cool ends, stuff like that helps. Gets our stuff out there. We do get company contracts via DMs on X every so often. Actual Python, it's just the wrapper, my guy. It's like 500 lines. It's going to be less than 500 lines total of Python just for the runner. I don't like it either, but yeah. Yeah, I'm much happier when I'm writing C. I mean, I've literally spent 8 hours so far today staring at a total of 100 lines of Python. I hate this language. Both. Not to mention that you ship a Python package and then 2 years later nobody can install it. Because the whole ecosystem sucks. Chief Puffer Sales Officer. I think the Chief Proselyte, as it is for Puffer's got to be bet. He's done so much promo. I guess we can do it this way. Pip version 50. I swear Pip needs to just get fucked. Like, God, that shitty thing. UV doesn't even solve everything either, because the standards are independent and they keep updating the fucking standards for no reason. Heh. No, that was actually a pretty new, he hadn't like written any code before he started on stuff, and he's written a couple of pretty nice environments. Oh, C is just great. You run C code from 12 years ago and it just fucking works. And it's fast, like 1,000 times faster than your modern garbage. I swear, programming peaked in the 70s. Okay, maybe the 90s. But like, shit. All of modern software engineering is just people finding incredibly clever ways to do things worse. I was honestly starting to think about like, going more into running the company and doing science and programming less and like stopping doing IC because of how shit all of this stuff was. And then I realized, wait, actually that's not even what programming is. We've just all been lied to. So thankfully I kept going long enough to realize it. Like software, the way that it's done according to best practices nowadays is just like a depressing, draining, awful job. I don't recommend it to anybody. How many contributors work in big labs? I know a couple do. I don't know how. I have no idea how many total. And the problem is most of the frameworks simply should not exist. They're just bad. Chat some C. I mean, the best way to do that, Anish, is just code review. I review PRs. I'm not going to teach like a literally I've never programmed before course. That's not what this is about. I have some general tips for new people, but like this is not beginner work. This is push cutting edge of research forward. That happens to be somewhat accessible. Yeah. Yeah, I've still ended up with more code than I started with, which pisses me off so much. I don't know. Maybe love. That's how you learn, Anish. Like, programming is hard. Programming is very poorly taught. I'm not saying you're an idiot for writing bad code. Like, you're probably taught to write very bad code by your idiot teacher. But I am going to point out everything that's wrong, and then you're going to see how to do it better, and then you're going to learn shit. Okay, this line is bothering the crap out of me, but this is going to get moved. Other than this line, Okay, we already printed this. You go here. What's reinforced? Yeah, that's a decent enough answer. I mean, it's interactive intelligence is a better name for it. Learning through interaction. How bad is this? Prince, man. Okay, I don't want to deal with that. This logic is still stupidly duped. Now we're not letting Claude do that crap. Go away. I really do not like Anthropic in any way, but yeah, the DoD managed to be even shittier, so congrats. Coding ML. Huh, that's weird. Can we do anything about this? Let me try one last time to do it the other way. Okay, if I can figure out how to cobble together this and then this, I think. I'd be a little skeptical of that, Fred. You'd need some pretty good evidence. I think it's more likely that the models just kind of suck. Do it based on uptime. All the dependencies come with it. Yeah, Weston. I mean, you have to have CUDA on the host, right? Like the machine that you're at the container on has to have CUDA installed, and it has to match. Um, that's it. What do we do with this? Maybe I just do. Puff, if you're trying to do puffer 4, that's not set up correctly yet out of the box. For 3, it should work. Paste in Discord, you'll get help. I'm trying to refactor this crap right now, and it's driving me nuts. I've been live 8.5 hours almost. The football player. It means Luis Suarez, the soccer player. Funny. Does this do everything? The only thing this doesn't do is update the old logs, right? This doesn't update the old logs. Yeah, you should just have that thing off, most likely. And yeah, make sure it's using NVIDIA drivers. Laptop screen is hardwired to the iGPU. That's insane. Why the fuck does it have a discrete GPU then? That's bullshit. That's bizarre. Wait, model path. Wait, join. Checkpoint dir. How'd this get fucked up again? Dude. The fucking autocomplete just screwed me again. And 16. Be better. That's clearer. this so much. Dude, I just hate this so much. Say first epoch. Okay, this is fine, I think. Still not right. Python so much. This. Do you follow any sport? No. I run and I lift myself. Just trying to refactor this, Jess. It's annoying because Python has all this stuff you can do to make stuff super compact. It's like it has to be super compact. It's annoying. Some bullshit. Nested hell. I want it less bullshit, Jess. I don't know what to tell you. Pretty much just. See ya, Nish. Probably fine, right? And then what? And all we need is why I changed the name Pufferlib? I don't know how the fuck I describe what I do. Here, have a puffer. It's a fun mascot. It puffs up. We do all sorts of fancy SRL infrastructure. No, puffer. Enjoy. This, right? Yeah, this is very irritating, I think. It's still not quite there yet. buffers are pretty good. You know, they like puff up and stuff. Okay. I'm gonna have the extra one be log. Let's figure out our post eval mask. think this will work. If I can get this logs updated correctly, this will work. So okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, so you only log here. Now, see, it's still not good. Don't want to add this. Like this. Let me see if this is at least correct. Rollout. Train. Just finishes training. This is end only. And then what we just do it like this. It's so much easier. Hang on, I just realized I can maybe simplify. Is that better or worse? Maybe this is better. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. We're gonna finish this, and I'm gonna get dinner. I'll be right back. All right. So yeah, and then we'll just do. I think we got it, guys. Fucking hell, this is like not an easy refactor. That or got brain damage. Like, Jesus. Okay, let me see if this makes sense. Rollouts. Do training. Checkpoint. Every checkpoint intervals. Or at the end of training. Do the dashboard every 0.6 seconds, but also at the end of training. Logs. Only the end after training, otherwise the full logs. Updates flat logs. Print the dashboard. Okay. Log from 1 to B. No. This would actually be pretty useful to see. Almost done with this refactor. Okay. This is correct. This is so close now. This is so close to being like not total shit. Print dashboard. This one works. The only thing that this breaks is our constellation logs. Wait, our constellation logs are fine here. So all we need is the flat logs at the end, right? Clear equals hopperl.epoch less than equal and then for our version we take Alright, I'm gonna just go stick this somewhere. Let's just go stick this at the bottom of the file for now. How's this look? This is better. Good, Weston. This with a couple comments and we're good, I think. Let me go over this manually. Here's the target key. Total time steps gets used plenty. We go through epochs. We do rollouts. We do training. Here's checkpointing. Logs get cleared. That's not bad. Okay, these are messed up. This logic at the bottom is messed up. Oof, I'm getting hungry. Doing a lot of work. This is about where we are. Slop. I love how it just like fucking caches stuff and then lies to you. That's my favorite. Is that a warning or an error? We're just gonna delete all the Python, man. I swear it's such a shit language. We've rotten all the dependencies. Something usually get. No, that can just happen. You can just get warnings now because it's just dependency rot. Like, we're eventually just gonna delete all the Python and just have C and CUDA, I think. It's not rendering, it's probably something else. Your drivers, maybe? libgl or whatever. You might have to install libmesa or whatever. And I gotta figure this shit out. Do you want the logs? The end of training. I just have to, there's like a few lines changed, man, and we're good. Unroll nested dict. Goes to want to be, we'll have could also just not. right? How do we have it be the thing that we want? Flat logs. We just mark this as failed. Geez, we've been live almost 10 hours already. I think this is good. Alright, like this is quite shorter. What are we doing right now? We're still refactoring our training code. Mostly now just going through and checking it, and I'm going to be testing it soon. I need to add a couple very small things, which Claude will do. I did all this by hand. Substantially shorter. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Very stupid, this thing. We'll have to make this less redundant after. Anytime you ask this to do anything, it'll do it the dumbest way possible. Downside. I'm tired though, and I need this to at least have an implementation. We'll clean up CUDA later. I was hoping we could clean CUDA today, but like, it's kind of tough. We leak memory, lovely. Why is utilization not there? Spot. Previously worked in data science using vanilla MLOps algorithms. What are you currently working on? I am currently refactoring our main training implementation with a little bit of new logging logic and trying to clean up the way that we evaluate our models at the end of training. It's mostly what I'm doing at the moment. Okay, so this is ending early, so that's not good. See where this would be. 10 hours? Yeah, I've been live 10 hours. What of it? Another day in the life, my guy. I'm probably going to work a little bit either off stream or on stream after dinner as well. I actually much prefer it this way, where I just have some very long days, And then there's some days where I just like, eh. You know? Oh, so this is the problem here. Should continual learning is not going to be some fucking prompts. No way. This I know is false. We'll leave it like this for now. I can't be using this thing. Look, every single time it just makes a mess. Implementation of masking, mask the gradient of, I don't know what he suggested. Oh man, I haven't messed with masking in so long. You're supposed to mask the entire forward pass of it, which would then mask the gradient. Like, because the autograd, if you mask the forward, there's no backward. Stupid thing is updating commented code. Backwards calls forwards? Not exactly. There's a compute graph, though. The buffer evals very fast. That's funny. That's kind of funny it does it that way, yeah? We actually do need to make it deterministic, though. That's a slight problem. Maybe it is. I like That's funny. I kind of like that, even though that's a bug. Cool. That will end up being less code. I have to refactor. It added some stupid code in the C. This is shorter than before. See what this does. Let me go double check on something. Alright. I gotta go for dinner, guys. I might stream after, I might not. I'm probably gonna do a couple hours of work either way on this. We shall see. For everybody who's been watching, thank you all for tuning in. I stream pretty much all the dev for this project. It's all open source. If you want to help me out for absolutely free, start the project on GitHub. It's puffer.ai. Here's the GitHub. Really helps us out a lot. You can join the Discord to get involved with dev, or you can follow me at, I got a nice new handle, Suarez now. It's also where all my articles are, all the educational stuff. It's all free. Yeah. I stream dev on Fast and Sane RL every day, pretty much every day. Been slacking a little lately, but I make up for it with the long streams.